Hello, good evening everyone, and welcome to the stream. It's me, ShellshockPrime, and once again, I am back with another stream. We got a lot happening tonight. Tonight's game is once again some more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations, where I am going to be going ahead and going through Case 4 and part of Case 5. There's going to be a bit of a schedule change this week because originally tomorrow was going to be a Ninjala multi-stream where I was going to be playing it with friends, but as it turns out, we just found out like something crucial. So the Ninjala does not start at like 12 noon as we were hoping it would. Instead, it's actually going to start at 10 p.m. And we decided, you know what? We're going to hold it off to sometime next week. We'll figure out like when and how we're going to do it, but we're going to figure that out. But what's going to happen is next week we'll have Ninjala. So what's going to be in its place? Well, tomorrow, more Ace Attorney. We'll do more Trials and Tribulations. That's going to be filling that spot instead, and I'm going to be wrapping it up. On Thursday, it's still going to be Retro Night, so be sure to check that out. And Saturday is Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics, where it's part of Saturday Night Game Club. So definitely check that out too. Hey, Enigma, good to see you. But yeah, Ninjala is going to be pushed to next week. I'm going to update the schedule and let people know. Because Silver just mentioned that to me, and that's what's going to happen. Because it's going to be way too late to even like just do that if that's the case. So, yeah, Phoenix Wright Trials Tribulations will happen tomorrow in addition to tonight. So, good to see you, Enigma. We're gonna get ready to get started. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so main scene. There we go. I'm still addicted to Animal Crossing, playing a bit of this, but tonight is all about Ace Attorney. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Let's go. Case 3 was definitely a piece of work. Wow, like what a crazy case. And guess what? We got 2 cases to go in this game. Case 4 is short, from what I've heard. Animal Crossing's boring for you now? I mean, I could see why, because they're not really like pumping out a lot of new updates like quickly enough. I feel like the time span that they were going for works fine if it wasn't for the fact that we were in a current state of pandemic. But otherwise, yeah, I agree with you. Like, it's not really boring to me, but it's kind of slow in terms of updates. Yeah, this is a blind playthrough because I've only ever had experience with the first one up to the point where I'm at now. And what happened is that I ended up playing the first one as part of my alphabet challenge, beat that, then I decided, you know, I'm going to do Justice for All soon, and I did. And then now here we are, Trials and Tribulations. So I'm going to lower the desktop audio a bit. I'm going to lower the audio so that it doesn't overpower my voice. Alright, should be fine. But yeah, it's good to see you guys. Good to see you, Sir Slush. Good to see you, Enigma. We're about to get started. Turnabout beginnings. The girl. Let her go. Oh shit. What's going on? Shut up! Come closer, and I'll kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Bang! What the fuck? Holy shit. What just happened? Like, I know there's a murder, but what happened? I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Yo, thank you, Enigma, for the tier 1 sub, dude. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnapping, murder. Sentence, death penalty. And also we got some emotes too, thank you. After escaping with Falls, met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Harthorne, recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broke out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. "6 years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial." Oh wow, so this takes place even before case 1 in this game. The very first trial of Mia Fey. And I've noticed that Edgeworth was on the picture. It was supposed to renew days ago, but I restarted it and I scaled it down to tier 1. Still, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Alright, so yeah, like, apparently Edgeworth is involved here somehow, so is this his first case too, or like, does he have other experiences before this? We're gonna find out. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm going to die. I never should have accepted this case. Eek! Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear, I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So why did you escape anyway? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. But Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row right now, right? I'm really sorry. Thoughts on Min Min and Crash 4? Okay, sure. Crash 4 looks dope. Min Min's awesome. I can't wait to use her next week. And just a heads up, we are going to be doing a multi-stream for Smash next Monday. Tune in for that. They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear it, I didn't kill her. I could never do that. Two days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Also, I did not expect that that Vault Boy would have a me costume, Enigma. Ha! Wait, who are you? You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. Who is this guy? I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Ghostbird? Ha! That old man's probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. Diego Armando? Who is this guy? I didn't say. Isn't that the coffee visor guy? I don't think so. Like Goto has a mat, has that visor. I don't think that's him. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me. No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Yeah. Plus, I don't even see coffee. I don't know if this could actually be the same guy. Imagine an escaped death row convict for our first client. Thanks. I sure wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned a reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time! Alright. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him, but not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple, childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. You love this guy? Okay, it's time for court. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. I've seen this judge before. He was briefly in case 2, like, because there was a trial for what was that guy's name? The one who was like pretending to be Master Mask and says Zvari. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. There's a young Miles Edgeworth. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers? Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So, you're the new prosecutor everyone's talking about. They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. I guess our little kitten hasn't earned himself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. You gotta have some young blood. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon, is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On that day, the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death? You got it, kitten. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Okay, so I see coffee. Like, I saw him holding onto a cup of coffee. I wonder if this is the guy who actually could be Goto. I'm not sure. If anyone knows, don't tell me. I don't know. It's a coincidence. Yes, Your Honor, it was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. A truly horrible crime. I remember it well. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. A witness's testimony? Yeah. The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene of the crime and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim over to the river. Into the river, yeah. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be exactly the victim. The same woman was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Aha! I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind, to take revenge on the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Well, wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Urgh. Watch yourself, Miss Fey. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call for your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation in this case. Hey, it's Detective Gumshoe. Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe, Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you about that. Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? Well, what is it? You're really gorgeous. Miles von Karma? Yeah, I can kind of see that. Excuse me. No, seriously, my heart. It's aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, yeah, his suit looks a lot more like it was Von Karma. Von Karma, yeah. How old is this guy since he looks the same in past and present? I have no idea. I don't remember. Oh, he was 26 at the time. Oh, in this trial he's 20? Okay. I'll write you up on contempt so that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much is already stated in the autopsy report. The court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I gotcha. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge, and the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I'm gonna put this fan off. I don't think I need it at the moment. I see. Dusky Bridge map added to the court record. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. Here we go. Mia, hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Summary of the incident. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Okay. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination. Coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. Ha, you got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. Yeah, it's pretty valid to think that, but it was a matter of how everything is. Okay, let's go. On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Let's press. This unknown person. You have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her phone call with Mr. Falls. A note? Yeah. Top secret memo that she left at her desk. There we go. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Ugh. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Okay, I do need this fan on. It's actually really getting hot in here now. I just don't want it to interfere with the mic. Alright. Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. Is that detective's fault? He's the one that said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Sergeant Hawthorne went to the Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that was where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls had a car then? Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, ma'am. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne's in there. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. What kind of judge are you? The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back and nice and firm. The condition of the body when it was discovered, that is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? Here's a photo of the trunk, but I don't see anything strange. Do you, anyway? Anyway. You're gonna press something. Let's try this victim's note. If this doesn't work, then I'm gonna try, like, a crime photo, but I'm gonna go with the victim's note. Witness! Well, what is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was gonna say. This is the first time I ever actually had to address someone like that. Ugh. You should have practice before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Ugh. Come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am? This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note? It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. Thus, the special request. I have one very simple question for you, detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. This photo really has an obvious clue. Has a really obvious clue? I'll have to see. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. The caller told her to wear it to identify herself, so I expect she just did that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I see the defense is a little lacking. Huh? The scarf you're searching so desperately for, is it this one perchance? Ah. Where do you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Well, why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hotshot sure has flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white, as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. It looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising. It was drizzling on that on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. The court will accept the scarf into the evidence. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is all right with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves into to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Miss Falls did indeed meet on that bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? The next testimony. Events on Dusky Bridge. Actually, there was an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Looking at this photo, you really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It's about 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intended intentioned third party, yeah. Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, I'm not sure how I feel about you not sure how you feel about anything. So as you could see, Terry Falls have both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear that at this point what happened at that bridge. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty. Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean? Well, let's cross-examine this. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Well, I don't know about that, but let's go to the crime photo. So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions of that day? Well, naturally, the answer is right here. The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there is nothing strange about it. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day, I fell on muddy street and my gorgeous payoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If your honor had fallen in the shower instead of on the muddy street, your glorious hockey beard pride of the Lethal League would be wet, but not muggy. Legally, not legally. Fortunately, I still have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? The surface of the bridge, huh? Ha! A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here is the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. You want evidence? I'm going to show you exactly the evidence. This scarf over here, you can see the mud all over it. The evidence is this scarf. It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. That's kind of sexist saying that. Hey, same to you, buddy. Miss Faye's assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? Why are you questioning that? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright, it's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Ha! You're doing pretty well for a little kid. Mr. Armando, no matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it's over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence? It's one of those three. What you said just now, I'm not sure I like that. But that wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know. Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the... I'm gonna go with the witness's testimony. Something tells me that there's something not right about this, because I think that the other two are pretty valid. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the truth. If there was a truly decisive witness in this case, I'm certain that boy wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time. You're going to save the photo for the same reason? What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eyes. This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? Oh God, you! Everyone is so silent that I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh. When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double and a dozen donut holes. A double, that's from In-N-Out, which I eventually want to check that out at some point. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear? She was in the second case, and now she's back. Or I think she was in the first case, but she's back regardless. No, she was in the first case tonight. Oh no, in this game. This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Not at all. It's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? Wow! How can you be so mean? Now see here, what you were doing shoving that in her face like that, huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize you. Uh-oh, I don't like the turn this is taking. Is she staring at me? And you would be... Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are... Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. Bing! The witness is photographed. I'll do what I can, guys. I'll do what I can. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in the beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought that camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. Ho ho ho, what a cute camera, just like its owner. As a court record. Alright then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. Oh my god. Your gavel doesn't scare me, Your Honor. Alright, I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Let's go through. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. I will actually present something. And I know what I'm going to present. Let's check the witness's photo and present it. Yeah, he needs to calm down. Witness, when you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I could see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting a fight. Yep, indeed, Enigma. Indeed. Normally that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see... The photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken the photo of it. My apologies, young lady. But Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can he? I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film. I mean... You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all of the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So, you took photos of yourself? I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Please, no details. It seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Well, wait, just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she could very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Ha! It looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. Selfies. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Okay then, but let's bring something up. Or not this. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they just started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. Alright, so let's present the map. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But I just... Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have ran even 5, because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. Wow! Well, what does this all mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. That sounds like bullshit to me. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous! You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. Ha, that guy is good. Huh? What do you mean? He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward! Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. Ugh. I'm so sorry. I should have been more careful myself. No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony? But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Yeah, this judge is the worst judge ever. The other one was at least better. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Witnessing such violence must have been difficult. Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up, sir. If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh, well. Maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Huh. That's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Faye, your cross-examination, if you please. The contradiction is staring right in you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. And attack we will. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. Then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. Right here, what we're going to do is present something. We're going to present this map again. A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order? I'm not sure if I care for the way you put it that, Miss Faye, but I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body into the river. Ooh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well trying to taking a dip in the river herself. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems that your assertion is without merit, after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Shut the fuck up. Who is he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked up her up in his arms. Let's see. Then he carried her over to the car. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. Alright, we'll present something over here. Let's go with the witness's photo this time. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you have done it this time. Huh? What? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes? Yes. And it's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you try to see the car, this outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still, you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No! Order in the court? What is the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in the stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Mr. Judge? Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that. Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive is divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair. Save the tears for later, kitten. Mr. Armando, don't look back until the trial is over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car, and hid the body in there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Yep, that is definitely some bullshit. Lots of bullshit. Well, witness? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. Okay, like, you're just stretching it right now. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it. What? Let me see that photo. Oh, it's true. These certainly look like scratch marks around the keyhole. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? Oh, it doesn't work. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally, I finally got her. Ha, I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was either she happened to be passing by, she put the corpse in herself, or she is the owner of the car. I am going to go with she put the corpse in herself. I think that's why she did it. She doesn't own the car because it's actually owned by a couple that was stolen by the defendant. And she could happen to be passing by, but she could be passing by and then putting the corpse in the trunk herself. So that's what I'm going to go with. There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes? What is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison car. He's the one that. I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Miss Falls that put the body in the trunk. No! Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could have only been put in the trunk when the incident occurred, and we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's present this camera. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why? It is almost as if she had brought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed? Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Will the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? In answering that question will also make clear that Miss Foster's true identity. Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident occurred on the bridge occurred? Where was she? Okay. I can definitely do that. She was right here. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's where the victim, Miss Harper, was standing. Order, Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could have only been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Miss Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hartbrone. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in federal penitentiary. Yeah, that's right, penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You are just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this whole case wide open. At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. So, what did he do? Well, I'm actually gonna go with the scarf. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification, namely this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Miss Melissa Foster? No! Where's Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well. This court is in recess. And that's the first part of this trial. Holy shit, that was crazy. You wanna know what's the interesting thing about this series? That just when you think one case is crazy enough, another case happens and it's even crazier than the last. And so on and so forth. That's the beauty of the series. So, let's find out exactly what happens next, shall we? This is just the beginning. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry. I want to say thanks. You're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime... Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we got to get past. The obstacle? Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information? Right. What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. It's not only the cases that are crazy, but the interesting characters' motivations. Yep. Definitely Enigma. Yep. This picture, it reminds me everything. Bridge looks the same, just like then, 5 years ago. Like it could fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Ha! Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute. It's true. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne. Wait, girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. What? Are you serious? The girl. Let her go. Oh shit. Shut up. Come closer, and I'll kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong. No protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping too. A make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel. Did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia says, huh? Hold on a minute. What are you saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by? Yeah, me and Dahlia, and Valerie too. Valerie was in on it? Dahlia family's rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap notes. We sent her to Dad. Asked for $2 million diamond. Tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective. Having a police detective in your pocket is a useful thing, alright. In the end, you were planning on splitting the $2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she'd do it for real. She shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. Bang. I was shot in arm. Dahlia, she jump in river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? Why does she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you call her? You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself? Yes, but I forget what she looked like, so I tell her to wear the scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear her answer come from her mouth, that's all. So that's why. That's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Huh? Where's what? Come now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. I don't know. It's gone with Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. Into Eagle River. It disappeared with Dahlia? Huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're about ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of the Dahlia Hawthorne? Never found her. My sweet Dahlia. They never found her. Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia, my teen angel. Your teen angel? How old was she anyway? Just 14. But 14? I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds? She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears in the river with a rock worth $2 million. Man, oh man, angels these days. Holy fucking shit, though. Wow. Just fucking wow. Fox takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. It looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. You bet. Now we got the diamond added to the court record. The training wheels come off now, Mia. You got to strike while the iron is hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it. Holy shit. I heard like a huge explosion out there. Now then, let's continue the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand the defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. What possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? It's certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. Of course. Huh. You're still acting like as tame as a kitten. Mr. Armando, listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me? May I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course. Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? And that's why I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true. I see. You're such an honest and upstanding lady. It looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her, click, she lights back up. Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say. I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to the Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have a reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing the murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Let's do it. I was out of the country until the year before last. Okay. Until I entered college, I had never been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have a reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Alright, let's press it. A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such a deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client, he forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. We're gonna go and press harder. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that? Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with the last statement? Let's see. Let's have it added to the testimony. Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. Prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. Damn, dude. You can cut the crap. That testimony only helps to further prove that point. No, that's not why. Enough. Witness, if you would, My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I'm guessing I wasn't lucky I was wearing a white scarf. Let's see. I will present something. Let's go with the scarf. Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Ah, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh? Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. I've got her now, just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. Well, white? This is the scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Oh. Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white. Oops. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? I thought the scarf color thing would have been brought up earlier. I thought briefly it was, but not to this detail. It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... Let's present the profile. Here's the definitive piece of evidence that proves it. That's your definitive piece of evidence? Yes, if my thinking is correct. Well then, we have one mystery solved. The answer is simple. Miss Faye's thinking is all wrong. That's all there is to it. Huh? Please, kitten. You gotta do something here. You're killing me over here. Miss Faye, I got a definitive penalty to reward. Fuck! I think I messed up something. Well, that wasn't what I was expecting. Well, do you have evidence or not? Yes, I do have evidence. I fucked up that one. Let's try the victim's note. I don't know what I was thinking with that. Witness, have you ever seen this note? Note? No. Never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. I wonder about that. Well, what do you mean? This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. Wear a white scarf for identification. White scarf? Ah. Witness, you knew what this note said. And that is because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No! Order. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public. And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right, a person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out yet, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... Okay, so... It was Valerie... Alright, so let's go to profiles. So, it was Valerie and Terry who wrote the notes, but the third person it all adds up because there's one person that's linked to the both of them that makes sense for all of that. Dahlia Hawthorne. Because she was in on it originally, but she apparently betrayed them afterwards, as noted earlier on. So I'll go with this one. I don't know why I picked her earlier for whatever reason, and that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There is her name right here. Right there. What? What's this? Who is this person? This Dahlia Hawthorne? Okay, I got it mixed up. No, Valerie's the one that's betrayed, but Dahlia's the other one. Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life. The dead? Yeah, Valerie was the one that betrayed. Dahlia's the one that was that written it originally with them. Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean? Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought that she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off the Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she was still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are. Even you couldn't, Miss Faye. You're not saying... But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? What? Huh? Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. But unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now's my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm. Witness, just who are you anyway? I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have the admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't? You don't mean... Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. But what did he say? Ha! It looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way, but then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well. But, well, as you can see... Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of a victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murderer. Her foolery knows absolutely no bounds. Really, Miss Faye, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious, her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murder her. What? I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. Ha! I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. Ah, that wasn't me. It was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Huh. What makes you think they're empty, boy? Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. Ah, I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course, aren't I? No. You just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me? The rashness of youth. How charming. This is coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time, Miss Faye. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? What's her motive? Well, let's check out this victim's note. The story starts out that Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal the world the whole truth. The whole truth? There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently. A terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh, yes, I know this secret. Your Honor, the defense would like to request the further testimony. Well, what testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters. Very well. I'll grant your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you align this once more, my little maple leaf? Oh my god, stop with this. Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Shouldn't all Supreme Court shouldn't all judges be unbiased? Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister, Valerie, brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. Yep, that's true. That's where Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe after all that she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Miss Edgeworth. Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor. As you heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. If we're not allowed to fight, then let's twist some arms. Listen up, we still got that info, that ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Yes, that's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister, Valerie, brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. No. That's not how it went. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry, but I guess I wasn't clear enough. I should have said, that's hard to believe. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible. Impossible? I asked the court the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in these last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you have claimed, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why? For all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness had testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this? You see, Just a moment, Your Honor. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end on the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. If that's true, she would have fallen into the river. Well, Miss Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious. Order in the court. So many people full of shit in this case. It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. There's no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. Well, what? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from there. No! But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at a point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge is clearly impossible. Gwa! Order. Or what is the meaning of this? Valerie Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she wanted to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. And you want to know what it was? It was all because of this diamond over here. 5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her, the $2 million diamond. No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. Bang. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack. Why, that's simply ridiculous! Order. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? This woman is a demon, and there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. You mean the victim was involved with the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You're saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. That this is the sole reason behind the victim's murder. What do you mean by that? On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do. She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices in the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Who's that laughing at a time like this? Oh shit, oops. Forgive me, it's just hilarious. The witness? Is that you? You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? The evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14 I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence to at least show that? Well, Miss Fey, I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Faye. Are you stupid or something? Ugh. How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hartman's murder. Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defense. Of course you are. Is this it? Is it really over? That girl has made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it. Ha! Without evidence, the trial's over? Who decided that? Mr. Armando. Come on now, kitten. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Valerie Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Hey Shad, good to see you, buddy. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and then went to meet with him. Yep. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. That is what you think, right? Yes, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person that can testify to that demon woman's crimes? There's only one person, and one person only. She's not around to do it. Obviously not him, or him, definitely not him. And it can't be her. It's not him. And it's not her because Melissa Falls, like this and this are the same person. So it's Terry Falls. Look at that tall cup of coffee, and I'm not even talking about what's he drinking. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant? There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne. Or whether it was, in fact, her younger sister Dahlia disguised as her. There's only one person who could solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what's your take on this? Why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive, and you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago, on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne? Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never, ever betray each other. Terry, Dahlia, it's true. It's true. You are alive. You're alive. You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad. Tell the truth. The real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You all should already know. But there is one thing that I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Ah, Leah. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and once only. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness? I'm sorry. I apologize. Water, please. Water. Can't talk. Need water. Ha. Oh well, I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitter than hell itself. Wah. Yep, indeed, Slush. And she kinda is, Shad. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from the bridge. I've never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you? That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you wanted to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten. I think. I think? Let's go. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of the bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. Now we're gonna go present something. This witness photo is what we're gonna go with. So when you got to the bridge, no one had a riot, huh? So you waited on the bridge? You sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. Yes, sure, huh? Well, I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? Wow, wow. Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Faye. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Miss Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Blah. I don't drink coffee, by the way. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love. A memento? 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of a tree there. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I want to get. Whoa, that was from the second case. That was what was used in the second case. Holy shit. That was used for that poison. And also, like, during that second case. What the fuck? Holy shit. This little bottle on a necklace is your memento? It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock, but he then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. No! Indeed, there certainly was enough time for it. I still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Huh? Mr. Falls? Wait. That's enough. Please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happens that we can't trust each other no more, then we're supposed to drink bottle. No! Stop the trial! Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No, we are so close. Just a little more. I was going to prove your innocence. No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. I can't believe you fucking do this. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. If you ever... Mr. Falls! Oh my god. Wait. If you ever don't trust me, drink this poison. Well, that's messed up. It is. And so my first trial ended suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought it'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. Wow. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Yeah, now I know why it was traumatic. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando. We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. Terry's blood is in the hands of Dahlia Hawthorne. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're going to make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew it wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando. Holy shit. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. You know, I kinda like that Armando fellow. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped in that case. Yep, we're referencing case 1 of this game. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. No worries, Shad. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was... guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. Yeah, he is a great character. It was finally all over. At least, that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all of this. And that is the end of Turnabout Beginnings. A brand new episode has been added. Bridge to the Turnabout. Let's save. Alright, so we're going to get ready to do case 5 right now. So, case 5 is called Bridge to the Turnabout. So, we're going to go ahead and get ready to get all this going. So, let's go ahead and do it. What's going on? Shishishito, the treasured Kurain village heirloom, whose name means seven-branched sword. It is said that this sacred sword represents life itself. Though the branches may appear to be infinite, the choice is limitless. So many callbacks here too. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. And when the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to this world, is severed, oof. The illusion is revealed, and the implicity of fate is finally laid bare. Ran to get grab Klondike bar. I'm back. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy your Klondike bar, because now here we are. We're gonna have this crazy case. I'm sure it's gonna be crazier than the last couple of cases. So this is definitely something that we're gonna do. So because this is gonna be a long episode, the way that we're gonna do this is this. I am going to be playing this up until when I finish the first trial day. And then, like, the next time I stream this game, I'll start it up with the next investigation. So, because I'm sure that this is probably like one of the longer, because this is the last case of the game. It must be one of the longer cases. So that's how I'm going to do it. Because there's no way I'm going to be able to finish this all one night. And since I'm rescheduling the Ninjala stream to next week, I will be doing that tomorrow. So let's do that. It's one of the longer ones. Yeah, that's why my goal was to split. Because had I known how case 4 was going to be, as well as how case 3 was, yes, I am still going to be streaming tomorrow, unless things happen. My plan is to stream tomorrow, but if things happen, we'll figure everything out. Things might change, but again, we're going to play it by ear for now. So, in the meantime, let's go. Yeah, same here. But I know there are people who are still going to stream regardless, but we'll see how everything goes. I'm going to play it by ear for now. Hey, Nick. Yeah? What is it? You now have got spiritual powers, unlike you? Sure. You're a spirit medium, after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face? It's the New Year's issue of Occult, Winter Special, Location Special. Oh, Pearls looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intensive training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say. It sounds more like a scam to me. It's at a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold. Just perfect for training. Now, I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. Something about Channeling Dojo. It's hard for even the real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? Are you serious? Don't worry, I've already made special reservations just for us. Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice. And the timing couldn't be better, since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Hey, I don't have anything to do with spirit power. The only thing I can channel is the TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura temple? No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way! How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick. Look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Nope, not going. I'm going to be nice and toasty at home. What the? Oh, what is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see. That magazine. This nun. Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl. It's... My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What the? What? Wait. No way. No way. What? What? Really? No. Like, really? She's... I can't escape her. I cannot escape her. What? No. What? Whoa. Oh boy. Whoa. Oh my god. Whoa. Like... Are you seriously, like, Dahlia, like, no matter what happens, I can't escape her? This is like the third case in this game out of 5 of them where she's in it in some shape or form. Oh boy. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? Also, keep in mind there's still only 2 days in the case, so don't feel like you have to wait until the end of the first court day to stop. I recommend playing it by ear. It's a long case still. Alright. You disgust me. But it can't be. It also depends on how long, like, I'm streaming until tonight. Like, seriously, imagine how much PTSD Phoenix is feeling seeing her pick here. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick. I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right? Old cult. New Year's issue received from Pearls. Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple, but I just had to see for myself who this nun really was. Alright. It's so cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Shoo! Her teeth were chattering so loudly. It's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Wow, Mystic Maya. So this is the famous Hazakura Temple. Pearly! Achoo! Well. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Achoo! Oh my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold. What's with the past tense? We're freezing into human popsicles as we speak. Well, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. But thank you. I was starting to think I would pass. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Come again? Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that has a nice image to it. So I thought, Why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. Like, I don't know, guys. I just don't know. It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Reckless. Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day. But you went through all that trouble this way. Yes, that's right. You come all this way, so please enjoy yourselves. Oh God, don't give them any ideas, Shad. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? Okay, we're gonna talk. I have a lot of questions right now. So what's a channeling dojo anyway? Oh my, you don't even know that? Forgive him, sister. He knows nothing for— Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared to help people boost their spiritual power. But holy items? If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seem to envelop you. Wow, she must have gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly you must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya up for this. The other nun. Sister? About this picture. Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Oh, yeah. Unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. What? The makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? Iris? Is that what she's going by now? Iris? When I think of the name Iris, I think of that one character in Mega Man X4 that Zero actually fell in love with. And then, like, she was killed by Zero. Whenever I hear the name Iris, that's what I think of. But this? Iris? Okay. We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. It's funny how whenever I bring up other things regarding this game, I think of other Capcom games. Really, that sounds kind of— sorry to cut in, but this Iris, where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, haven't you? Have you? Yeah, I never played any of the Battle Network games beyond the first one, but don't worry, Enigma, that will change eventually. Blair. No. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? Would you guys want a Mega Man Battle Network collection? So she's in the inner temple, huh? They should do Battle Network / Star Force. Put them all together. We're gonna move. Let's go to the main hall. The main hall. I think it's even Coca-Cola in here. Achoo. Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum. We also need a Mega Man Legends collection. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time? I even want that scrap crossover Star Force and Battle Network game that didn't get made. There were so many canceled Mega Man games, but I want them to just just bring Legends 3 back and put it on like PS4, Xbox One, Switch, PC, PS5, Series X, everything. We need Legends 3. Missing Maya's right. Ooh, I hope there's mashed potatoes too. I love mashed potatoes. Mega Man Volnut still needs to get out of that moon. What a cute little acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Ooh, look at her. Oh, hello. Wow, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale. Yeah, though they did release Mega Man 11, and it actually was a pretty good game. Your outfit? Did you come here for the special course too? Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm... You're Miss Elise Donum. Yes, that's right. You know of me? My name is Pearl Fate. I'm your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? I see it now. Svary, a fortune teller. I've got all your books, Miss Donum. What a sweet thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Probably Shin Megami Tensei 5. Unless Capcom swerves us. Books? Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Do you even know who this is? Well, an author maybe? Yes. And an illustrator of picture books. Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. Alright, so... let's talk. I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright. I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. I agree, Sir Slush. I agree. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won an award last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much that they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. We Monster Hunter players have a nickname for Capcom. Crapcom. You're not the only one who actually uses that nickname. We call them Crapcom, we call them Capcom and all that because they misspell. Remember Resident Evil Revelations on the 3DS? On the box art it said Resident Evil Revelations or Revelations. And Capcom actually sent me a replacement with the fixed name to put it there instead of use the old one. We Street Fighter players are the same. Yep. Remember Capcom Unity? That old message board that people use for Capcom info and stuff and talking to the staff? Seth Killian is a cool guy. I wonder whatever happened to him. Wow. It must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. If I do, you could secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently I've adopted a sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Laurice Donum. Yeah, I hear that from a bunch of my friends who are Resident Evil fans, Mega Man fans, Devil May Cry, because for the longest time people were angry at DMC Devil May Cry, though now they're happy because we got the proper Devil May Cry sequel people have been wanting, which I still gotta play. I gotta get in. I will say this, guys, eventually you're gonna see me do the Devil May Cry series here. He calls himself Laurice Donum. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. I have a similar issue. See, I have a similar issue with Sega in that regard, Enigma. They're not giving us enough of their IPs other than Sonic and Yakuza, though they are letting a few like smaller companies handle them, like Panzer Dragoon and Streets of Rage 4 Wonder Boy. And now Alex Kidd. On Loris's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise, anything for you. There are people who told me that it's better than Devil May Cry 2. I don't know if I should believe that. Why did you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow. I can't wait to read it. But I will stream... Okay, I will say Streets of Rage 4 will be streamed. When? You just have to wait to find out. Pearls is completely taken with her. I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So that is why you're dressed like you are? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. What can I say? She's a really sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun. Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I've heard nothing but great things about Streets of Rage 4. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. I've always been a Final Fight guy myself. I actually did a retro night a couple months ago, dedicated to beat 'em ups. Though this month I'm going to be doing one for classic Sega games. This Thursday. You like the crystal spear? It's a real amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Whenever I hear amethyst, I think of two things. There's a DC superhero named Amethyst, the princess, and then you have Amethyst from Steven Universe. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Damn, I'm going on so many tangents tonight. Well, you'll have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yes, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearl looks like she just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh, yes. Please take this. I think it will be of help to you. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Oh boy. Alright, let's move. Main gate. Huh? Where does Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out. Yeah, same here. I still gotta watch the movie and Steven Universe Future. Oh, right. I think her name is Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Alright, let's move. Alright, so... we'll go to the suspension... Well, let me go back to main hall a little bit, real quick. Main gate. Suspension bridge. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah, and look at that big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing real fast. So, I'm hoping that Capcom... I just want to say this real quick. I hope Capcom makes a HD collection of Apollo Justice, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice, and bring it to all the platforms. Please do that, so that I can do them, so I wouldn't have to need a capture card for those. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh? Hey, I've got it. Maybe you should face fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump! It might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, that is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyways, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. Anyway, the inner temple is just up ahead, right? So let's go and check it out. Why isn't there another way across? So we're here in the Dusky Bridge. The same Dusky Bridge from the last case. See how everything is coming together? So let's move. Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, Shad. So we're going to go to the inner temple gate. I like the setting, though. Whoa. That bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. And at least half the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across the death trap. I'll be honest, I love Apologizes a lot. Yeah, I still have to play it. I'm looking forward to Ace of 27 though. It was only hinted at, but like I'm waiting impatiently for news. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, I think the temple is in bad shape. It looks like it could collapse at any time. I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train tonight? That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here, like a ghost might jump out at you or something. A spirit medium afraid of ghosts? Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? Okay, so let's move. Actually, no, wait. What's this? Hey, a half open gate. That's a practically welcome mat. Yeah, except the sign that says no entry. Nick? Rules are made to be broken, you know. You expect a lawyer to go along with that? Oh, come on. You're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go. Don't blame it on me when your sister Bikini puts a curse on you. Now you got me scared. Let's just forget about it, okay? Let's go to training hall. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh? Huh? What do you mean, both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought Crowley's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there. Even I can sense that there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? You're... Hi there. We're just looking for around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. I wonder why she spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. Yes, I know, right, Slur Slush? My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Fey. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some, chores to attend to. Sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can't be, but... Alright, let's do this. Let's check this out. A hanging scroll. It doesn't look that old either. Ah! Ah! What is it? Why did you scream like that? The scroll. It's my mother. What? It's Misty Faye, the master of the Korean School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. Excuse me. That crest at the top of the scroll. That's the special mark of the master of our tradition. So that's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have never known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face. Maya? Alright, let's go. Inner Temple Gate. Back to Suspension Bridge. Yeah, seriously, that was sad. Woo! We managed to make it across the Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey! What's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey you! Wait up! You think he's yelling at us? Well, who could that be? He must be. There's no one else around. Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. What? Really? Hey, I know you. You're... Whoa, sorry, gotta run. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Laurie's Donum. Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the butts. Shut up. I'm Laurice. And I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusky Bridge. So, is it really our Larry? Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. Oh, God. When something smells, it's always the butts. Yep. Let's talk. So what are you doing with the last name Donum? Well, I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? The Master Mask case. After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. And that's when I came across it. The Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean... The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Donum. It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart, it felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of the Magic Bottle. Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see, here's a photo I took of her in secret. Wow, that's a beautiful photo. You want a copy, don't you? It's okay. I just happen to have made extra prints. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth. You must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Talk about a bad case of denial. Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know. It's also about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder. It looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended, and something else began. Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Donham. No, you're wrong. It's not her. It's the other girl. Other girl? Uh-oh. I got a bad feeling about this. Let's present that. If it's the other girl, you don't mean her, don't you? Whoa, yeah, her, my little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she will model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a second. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Oh my god. Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically. But Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. Everyone. Hey, Pearly. Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to go to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. Yes, Enigma, this is just so many things happening right now. What's next? We'll get it. What would make this complete is if Lada comes in, like the photographer, if she happens to be in this case, like that would make this whole thing perfect. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk. No pain, no gain, I guess. I'm still worried about you. Well, let's not dilly-dally, shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. Alright, here I go. I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 o'clock for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. It's really hard to actually say her name with a straight face. I understand, Sister Bikini. I feel like I want to laugh, but I'm trying not to. Maya and Bikini... Maya and Bikini... Oh my god. Why? Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Oh my god. Why? Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? The same thing that we do every night, Pinky. Try to take over the world. Of course! Well, if you like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? I'd love to. Pearls is absolute smitten with Miss Donham. So Larry, what are you going to do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. I totally hear you there. Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravelly. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, okay, and what about this word? That's another tough one. It says roast. What kind of a book is she reading anyway? Did she say gravy or gravelly? Well, I'm going to go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll go visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. And later on, it's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom just be a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright? Yeah. Oh, Miss Donham. Are you going to use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to go to your room. I know, but she never showed up. I'm gonna go look for her. Excuse me. Miss Elise Donham, a woman as mysterious in her origin as her last name. But the really mysterious one is... Oh! Sister Iris. Good evening. The really mysterious one is this girl. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? I can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Well, if it is Dahlia, she definitely dyed her hair. Yeah, yeah, I could hear it too, Sir Slush. Your sister Iris, right? Yes. So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. Ah, I see. But you, didn't you go to college? And maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department? No, I've never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I see. But, once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use the computer and a cell phone too. That's not exactly something worth bragging about, but I don't see any psych locks. So I guess that means she's not lying. Please, don't stare at me like that. What kind of a place is this anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. It must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you. Well, I have to admit, it's a whole different world up here. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people. Who does it help anyway? I hate it. Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. I guess it's almost 10 o'clock now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's alright with you, I would like for you to have this. But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too. I pray for your safety on this one dark, cold night. Got Iris's hood. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Double braid? Yeah, it is. Yep. Wait a minute. Sister Iris? Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris? Please tell me the truth. You and I, have we ever met before? Oh shit. Iris? Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we could speak again tomorrow. That's a lot of locks. Ugh, gong. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I have to try to talk with her again tomorrow. Ah! What the? That blood-curly scream came from the courtyard. Who is this? What's happened? That scream. I'm sure it came from around here. Ah. Someone there? Someone's there on the ground. Miss Donham. Squish. I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that. What are you doing lying there in the snow? I passed out. What do you think? So that blood-curdling screaming was... Forget about that. Hurry up and call the police. Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still got reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. We got no choice. You have to use the public phone by Dusky Bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will. Let's go. It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened too. Ah. Dusky Bridge. It's burning down. What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah. Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry. It's Laurice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here at Hazakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But please call the police. I gotta go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait. I must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Ah. Wait. Weakened even more by the fire, the rickety old bridge's plank snapped and gave way. And as I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me, a final, terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. Oh my god. What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. We got more investigation to do. The next day. Let's go. We don't know what day, we don't know what time, we don't know where the location is, but we're gonna see what's happening. Running across a bridge. Phoenix is a champ, an idiot, but a champ. Let's go. It's a phone. Who could that be at this time of night? Yes, Edra speaking. Edgy, get up. It's an emergency. Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Laurice. Laurice Delnoon. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up. It's an emergency. It's Nick. He took a really nasty spill. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life is in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may already be dead. Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris. My beautiful Iris. She needs help. Alright. I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry. It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it wouldn't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. Oh my god. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise. And Nick is... Maya is in bikini. Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Donham. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yes, that's right, you got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the one police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said it's some nonsense about being able to see into people's hearts with this. And the other? He couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is. Could he? I'm begging you. Iris' trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out the picture, you're all I got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What? You mean to tell me that I'm gonna be representing while playing as Miles Edgeworth this time around? Is this the time where Miles Edgeworth fills in Phoenix Wright's shoes? What did you just say? You know, represent, defend. What were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I could be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Miles gets to live out his childhood dream of being a defense attorney. Mr. Wright? How is he? Mr. Laurie said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron, how can you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. Cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Well, I guess the only thing we can do right now is just, well, we just gotta talk. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What's that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual powers come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there, and why I continue to train to purify my soul. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. Alright. I helped to clean up after dinner, and then went back to my room at about 8. Later, I left my room and rang the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then, I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story. I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go because you said you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? Now Miles actually gets to see the whole psych lock. What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. It looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about, the psych locks. I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. Alright, let's talk about this one. So, do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Psychologs. He could have said, whenever I hear Psycholock, I think of the Marvel character Psylocke from X-Men. Spiritual power. Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual power. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I'm certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise Donham? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those psych-lock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power. It appears that's about all you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow. He asked me to defend you. Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, and I will gladly entrust my faith to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Well, why do you ask that? Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange. Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He's a very dear and indispensable friend. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise. Very well, I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. A man of science can be swayed by evidence. I don't believe in spiritual power. Miles, you literally saw mystical blocks. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. Okay, we'll come back to her and figure out those psych locks later. So we're gonna go to the suspension bridge. It sure is cold, alright. So, this is it. The ski bridge. Oh wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, is this Gumshoe? Yes, it's Gumshoe. Ugh, Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch. And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct? A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation. A gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report on the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great, thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Goto was going to get here before me. That guy's a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Goto? Obviously, he doesn't even know who Goto is. So let's go ahead and talk. We got some questions to ask. What happened? I just got back into the country, so I really don't know much about this case. It's simple. Well, simple as it does, a simple does, as they say. Oh, you got no idea how much I missed the biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There was a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Here? On this freezing cold mountain? Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady, decisive witness, myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through? Yep. I can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross, is how it goes, right? Or was that leap? And, is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no. Her again? Anyway, the air is really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? So how did this bridge burn down anyway? I'm almost 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? So who was this prosecutor Goto? I'd never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of a man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. If he's so good, how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case? You bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Goto has really got it in for Mr. Wright. Oh? Yeah, he seems to have some kind of a grudge. And what would that be the cause of the grudge? He's so good he never won a case. You're right. I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. None of this is making any sense. I'd better look into this Goto myself. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep, last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that. We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. Alright. To the main gate. Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? I'm so cold, my brain's turned to sherbet. Sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. But what do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. If I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder... Hey, wait a second. Hold it. Objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and what kind of lame excuse is that? And you call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is prosecutor. That's why he's a prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney. That just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, Edgy, I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. It's rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Even the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. If I had a penny for every time you said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much. You don't know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I have done it? I might have done it? What? Especially not girls named Dahlia Hawthorne, yep. Get lost, go back on your charter jet and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I'll ask this one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? Here we go. As I suspected, Cyclops. I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. We're gonna have to come back. Main hall. Hey, hello there. So how you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My, a handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you. but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. Ugh, my stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Her face jiggles when she laughs. Yes, it does. Well, first, I want to hear what you know. First, I'd like to ask you about that night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 o'clock when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. Channeling Dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, there's no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard, but your duty was in the inner temple. Why'd you come back here? The way you're staring at me, I'm starting to get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. I'm getting tired. You get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. No, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of a courtroom. And I happened to witness it from the witness's stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. When I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed. And then I passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. I return. As the head nun, it is your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yeah, that's correct. I know it may look strong, but the truth is, I got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift the bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just want to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching neck. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone? Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I lowered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So this head nun had actually seen Iris there? I think I'd better try to get some more details. So who is this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on the block of spirit ice and chant 3,000 times. You don't mean to tell me that she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No. Of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night, we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh, dear. There's one thing that I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't like the sound of this. I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know that smart girl? I believe she's missing Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl. That's Maya-Faye's cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we finished with her dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? I don't even know what Spirit Ice is. It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who was with the little victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. I want to examine something. There's this piece of paper here. There are more enter cushions in the corner of the room. What's this white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gunshoe? Yes, sir. Hey, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like an old manila envelope. Yeah. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra important clue. A super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself then. It looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10, Heavenly at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Oh boy, another one of these. Note to Iris. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra important prosecutor, a super duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super duper kind of dumb miss to miss a clue like this. So a 6-year-old is out there all alone somewhere? Yes. But we don't know where. Alright, we're gonna go to the courtyard. Oh god, no one should have a collection. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun, Iris, at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I gotta be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like a water from a tap. Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your running spout leaked over the years? The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elise Donham. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe this day and age you could still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 p.m. on February 7th. Cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found screwed with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. Bruises are consistent with falling from the height of a two-story building. Two-story building? That would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elise Donham was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Now the autopsy report. Now then, Detective. Let's see if we can summarize what we learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Faye headed to the inner temple. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to the Hazakura temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask the Bikini herself in the main hall. The inner temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Goto guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I actually am a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yes, he certainly will remember my face, even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Would it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea he had such a powerful string to pull. Of his own choosing? Who the hell can it be? What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training at? Canadian judge, I better not be him. According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing? The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the inner temple. I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. I mean, I guess so, Shad. Gotta examine some stuff. This golden statue. So the story from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon. Sure is. It's called a Shishishito, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. And this weapon, this actually was used in the second case, the mask case. There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood? Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of this Shishishito too. Fingerprints? Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon? What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figured it doesn't really feel really good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. Alright, let's look around a little bit more. There's a staff on the ground. What is this? It looks like a wizard's staff. That belongs to the victim, Miss Elise Dunham. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir? Yes. What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this, alright? The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me? That's it. This staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victims. Victim staff added to the court record. Classic gumshoe. Okay. We're done here. We're moving. We're gonna go to the main hall to go through. To the main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of cycle locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. Well, what a thorn in my side. Well, we'll deal with him later. Right now, we're gonna go back to the detention center. we got a few things we gotta take care of while we get here. Like, we're gonna actually use the Magatama right now. So let's go ahead and do that. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I needed to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind. But I already told you everything that Iris, please remember, I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hasakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Donan with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet Sister Bikini says she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. It looks like she's unwilling to tell me the whole truth. I wonder if I'll find the answers I'm looking for if I break those cycle locks. Well, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Alright, let's go. I was frightened. Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers. Understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years of court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night? Yes, I swear. I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your own room? Yep. I found this in the main hall. It's addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris? Why? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared because of this blackmailer who wrote this to you. Is that correct? Ah! Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But, Mr. Edgeworth... Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to. And that person is none other than Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. Ah, you mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him of all people to know your deep dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Phoenix Wright's only 26? He's a baby. A babby. Unlock successful. Good stuff. After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on the map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the Inner Temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could have be lurking at Heavenly Hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is a secret that you locked away in your heart? Yes. Looks as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room last night? Yes, that's exactly right. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you'll win. I will win. I am going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. We're gonna go to Heavenly Hall. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? It's still better than the view from my apartment, though. Just, someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why? Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Next is going to be in prison, I guess. I'll steal the detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh. Be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do? I wonder. Hey you, about what you just said, I got an objection. Oh, what the edgy, you dirty rat. Clear, gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? What is this little shack anyway? Well, I just discovered myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Come on, I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's artistic. It's cold. It's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds like a lot of my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure. Not sure. No one is likely to show up and disturb you here. So, can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute? Watch your mouth. Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you. So I'm going to ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look of her eyes. She's got this I want this man to marry me over the threshold look. I'm sure Nick will be surprised. Imagine that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that. Something tells me he would be shocked indeed. Would he be... Well, I don't know about that, but would he be shell-shocked? That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. We really want to know the answer to that? We're going to have to drag him onto the witness's stand. Let's talk about the night of the crime. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night? Aw man, don't you have anything else to talk about? With that kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay. Chill out with those scary eyes. I got it. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. Something incredible? Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water. Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? The night of the crime. Alright, now you are going to tell me what you really saw last night. Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk. Huh? That was a bit too easy. Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. At around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd be sleeping. I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world in front of me went white. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend Naomi. And then, it was on fire. The bridge was on fire. Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying it was with your own eyes? Hey, why are you giving me that evil eye? I'm telling the truth. There's still 3 Cyclops remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen? What you say? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Just answer the question. I was in my own room, by the main hall. Where else would I be? As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there. There? What do you mean, there? It's impossible for you to have seen the lightning strike from Dusky Bridge in your room. And the proof? The proof is this. The map. This is the map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple. Well, what am I looking for? I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it's impossible to see the bridge from here. What? Why didn't you tell me that before? Well, how about it? How about what? Do you feel like talking now? About what? It looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then, where were you? You don't know that I wasn't in my room? So where was Larry and why was he there? If I read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed lightning striking Dusty Bridge from was here. At the Heavenly Hall. The place you saw the lightning strike from was, naturally, Heavenly Hall. Well, why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart at any minute. Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you at least have once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset. That's 2. I have to admit, I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick. That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night? That's what you might call a fair decor. I think you mean a fair decor. Could you be you were waiting for someone? Oh no. You really are one scary guy, you know. I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come meet you. There's only one person you wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry. I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person you were waiting for was Iris. Ooh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. So you think I got the hospice sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. Here's your evidence. You call her to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Oh, hey. Get that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? That's not important. I just misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's fertility like that? You should be ashamed of yourself. Oh. First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says salutation here. Well, what's it said in that book? Letter writing for dummies. You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write Dear Iris. Wow, I'm so sorry. Unlock successful. So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag, threatening your own young lady like that. Gulp. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose your secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed? That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burns so hotly it can melt all the snow on this mountain. Oh, then what is this secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy, don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously she wouldn't want Old Lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour bittersweet love affair. Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break, it's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes. Yeesh. Then why were you so quick to apologize, pal? It's because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it? That's what all those huge locks were about? I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy's still hiding something. I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible. He's right. Larry? Well, what? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. What's this something incredible you saw last night? You're gonna tell me, Larry, one way or another. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't? That's all there is to your story. Your heart wouldn't have had those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. What? When? Where? Why? How? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. No! What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do all over again? Why are you glaring at me like I am next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? I just about had it with this Harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand. When something smells, there's always the butts. You would think that, that Miles would know that. Like, Miles Edgeworth should know that already. We got 2 parts of the trial. Let's do this. Oh my, Mr. Laurice feels that way about me? Apparently he isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not, and if in any case whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag him out of it. Does that mean Mr. Laurice is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand. Sister Bikini, She claims to have seen the very instant in which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Donham, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? You are a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed? Don't worry, I made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris. It's a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people and to believe until the bitter end. That is what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth. I simply ask that you watch and decide yourself. Decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task I've been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. We're doing this. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. Oh god, this judge really? No. The worst judge. The defense is ready, Your Honor. But wait. The defense does indeed appear to be ready, but where's the prosecutor? However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before I had a chance to begin. Like, what is it with this prosecutor? Where are they? I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant. What? 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 Are you serious? Francisca? Francisca the prosecutor? What? Holy shit. The prosecution stands ready. And you are? Francisca von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be of any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma? Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma. That is all. Edgeworth versus Francisca. What a matchup. Holy shit. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before, or I might just imagine things. You should be rooting for me. You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weakling as this man among the oaths of the prosecutor's office. There isn't? But I'm sure, once before in this courtroom. I told you, there is no such weakling. But what is that? A whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip at... I have no objection to the whip. You don't? The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. But there's still only one truth. That is what I stand here to prove today. This promises to be interesting. Miles Edgeworth, I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I have been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow you this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add the things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. The stage is set. Now, continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well, Miss von Karma. Please give me an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the framed picture book author, Miss Elise Donham. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene. Court photo added to the court record. There's no mistake. This was the doing of the sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on there. I'm not sure about being sure or not if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up and nice and straight. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. There we go. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little old me, well, I am the head nun of Hazakura Temple on Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. The courtroom is in the Garden of Holy Judgment. Those with lechery in the heart should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold this summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I could still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. First, tell us about your own movements that night, eh? That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up, violently. So, I left Iris to help the acolyte, and returned to the Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I finished just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. So it's simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple? Yes, you could say that. If my crystal hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed in the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle, are you now, Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. We're going to cross-examine. Not this one. Not this one. But this one. When she says that she left Iris to help the acolyte, we're going to go and present her testimony right now. Because something's not right, so we got to do that. Iris's testimony needs to be presented. Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's face rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie? Do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. That is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. Wow, all people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped here? Anyway, neither the witnesses nor the defendant have any reason to lie. which means we must call your memory into question. Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me, and yet you want to play that game, do you? Well, that isn't exactly what My memory's perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show me a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the Inner Temple, but... well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. Iris came to the Inner Temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. We're gonna present her hood. Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met. She was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. What? Wait a minute.
Objection!
Well, hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. Oh, what? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well, well, well. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order in the court. Witness, your response? Ah, sister. This hood. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile. A surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. Wow, if there was a surplus of hoods, then she could have one of those. There's no contradiction here. I'm sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. And I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the Inner Temple. Those seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more simulation to bear fruit. Contradictory simulation. Let's go. After my bath. I finished my bath around 11 and I thought I should return to the Inner Temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. Iris was, oh, Mystic Elise! And with that sword, of all things. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out into the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Saw a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, then it would be much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth in court. And me, seeing it all from this very chair, well, something like that. This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoe. I would look into the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Here you go again with the fool comments. Anyway, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can you do something about that habit of yours? After my bath. Cross-examination time. Alright, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna present something. When she said the stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out her window, I call bullshit on that. We're gonna go with the autopsy report. Impressive logic. That's what I like to say anyway. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think that you're overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, Would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. Ugh. That's right. It says after death right there, right here. The scene was the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Okay. Order. The victim was killed and then fell. If that's the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree? That's a logical conclusion. Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room, and she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below. Were there any signs of a struggle in Ms. Donham's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That will leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Your whip has just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then you're fine. Well, I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood, very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. Perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have come to a conclusion, then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all the contradictions. Order. I must admit that this is a probable version of events. I expect no less from Franziska Von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. Whew. It seems important to note, if for some reason you wind up with an object impaling you anywhere, do not remove it. Seek medical attention. That we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are finished here. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright. Further details. When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? And when I woke, Mystic Ami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma strives for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma, and I'm here to teach you just that. It's cross-examination time. Sword is already in place. Didn't actually see her stab. I've never seen so much blood before. Let's go. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Some of it has splattered too, onto Iris too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well? That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Yeah, we're pressing further. Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out? Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out. Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. I saw the instant in which the blade plunged into the hilt was smoothly drawn out. You mean this? She had blood on her clothes in her room. Why didn't our defendants ever tell us stuff like this? I don't know. Sister Bikini, you're a reliable witness. At least, I like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you are a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust upon its hilt onto the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities. What do you mean? Please explain explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that.
Objection!
Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, so as I sew shoes. The objection stands. I went a little back there, I must admit. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed to the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. I'm gonna turn this off, I don't need this now. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in the body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. But that's nothing more than a conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with a shishito. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly. It may still sometimes stop the blood loss. I'm not finished. There's still one more conclusive contradiction. You still got more? This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust in all the way in to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? Oh. This witness is telling the truth that there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No. Order. Wow. Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. What does that all mean? You have proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but having come this far, there could only be one answer. And that is, the weapon used to kill the victim was not the shishito. What? A foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardily foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think the sword was the murder weapon? Well. Because Mystic Mai was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That's what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the shishito was the murder weapon. Order. Wow. So maybe the shishito was not the murder weapon. Even if that's the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. The response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. That's... Answer the question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. Trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, can I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was it was just over there. What exactly are you going on the boot here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. You what? Well then. I think we need to hear the testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? Location of the new weapon. I saw the murder at around 11 p.m. and after asking that it would be reported, I went out to the main gate. And there I saw the tracks. Tracks that indicated the snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to the Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into the Eagle River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not the best of shape with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph. So you can see it right there. A snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it's certainly an interesting theory. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Alright. I know where to go. Not this one or this one. No. No. We're gonna go with this one right here. That photo we just got, we're presenting it on this one. I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be two sets of tracks in the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes the precious contradiction, now doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea that the snowfall covered one of the sets of tracks? There is a contradiction. The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain? Why is there a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge. In order to dispose of the murder weapon, the outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by the snow? Okay. You want something? I'll get you something. Let's go to the crime photo. Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. As you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception. And that is the victim herself, Miss Elise Donham. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It stopped snowing when she was killed. That's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be 2 sets of the tracks. Order? Just what are you? Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in her room after the murder, which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go into the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is when I left Iris and returned to the Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near the Dusky Bridge. You must have failed to see it, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to the Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that... Is it possible? Order in the court? What does it all mean? So then, what was that snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used a snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yes, I have nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know. But then, that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one out walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in that night. Unless they had something really important to do. When you said idiot, that's a shame. Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may have well gone wandering out in that subarctic night. Your Honor? Actually, there might just be that one individual who may be of help to us. Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are 2 things about him that do come to mind, which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder, and the second being, this individual I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? I'll show you who the idiot is. It's Larry Butts. Because if something smells, it's always the Butts. This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc the Duck's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. After the session, I'm probably gonna have to head out. Well, after the next session, that's it. This is Larry Butts, a disciple of the victim, Elise Donham. Her student? Interesting. And why was he wandering outside on the night of the murder? That's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. Yeah, but you work tomorrow? That's fair. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him, although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this is an unfortunate, unreliable-looking man. What exactly is it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him right here in this courtroom. So, summon this youth as a witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery from this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry? You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Montcarmen, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Alright, so the next session is that we're going to show right now is going to be the last of the night. So let's save. The second part of the trial. I will end the stream once I'm done with this part. Till then, let's go. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. But yeah, that's fair, Shad. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are two things that which I need to ask before we reconvene. Alright, take care, Shad. Hope you have a good night, dude. Alright, I'll help you in any way I can. First off, about the last night, you really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hasakura Temple. Very well. The second thing, then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and whether she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile? There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to the Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh boy, this. Iris, I can't tell you about that yet. Yet? Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? Safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look at me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Donham? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought, no Cyclops. No Cyclops. Very well. It was my job to get to the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough. Let's go. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. I can only presume though. Anyway, it's time to track this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Laurice Donham, I hope you're ready. Get in here. It would seem that the whip is going to see plenty more use today. Ouch. Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was just artistically... Ouch. You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian. Larry, this isn't an art store. Now, is it? I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, is it? Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, right? That's it. Thanks, buddy. It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence. I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I had nothing to do with this trial at all. I expected all your faces to be red when you realized this mistake. Bright red. Or to use the technical term, Crimson Lake. Ouch. Ouch, ouch. Stop your pathetic blabbing and testify like a man. I just need to put this back on, like it's getting really hot. Alright. Refrain from whipping me if it's one comment. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. Wow, that's too much for me. Alright. Yep. There we go. I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up at the stars that night. I walked up to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I? Edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I am just a nobody. Nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name, occupation, or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people. Yeah, that's right. I'm behind everything. Even every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you internally unhappy. Well then, let's proceed with the cross-examination. With no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. It's time to cross-examine. I know where, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. Let's see, we're gonna go and present. I didn't see anyone that night at the bridge then. You did. So Phoenix Wright. Larry Butts. I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. I'm sorry. But having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction. Edgy, are you trying to console me? It certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create. Ah, you're totally pinning this on me. Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder taking place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened to come across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts. That's right, me in the flesh. Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. But what do you want me to do then? Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. What you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue, is all I need from you. Edgy, I think I finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well. I'll ask again then. Witness, what did you see on the night of the murder? Let's figure this out. What I saw. Part 2. I went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30 p.m. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out the window, and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. Totally burnt out, like almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains of what caused Nick to fall. What did you say? Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold. I never know what that man I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. That's exactly what we're gonna do. Alright, so we're good. I know where we're gonna press. We're gonna go, this one. This is the fourth statement that we're gonna... Well, actually, let's press this one. You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that? The lightning fell, and then the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out. How far is the small shack you were in from the bridge? Hold on. Well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about 5-minute walk? And how did the dusky bridge look when you got there? Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfires kids makes during school camping trips can compare. Well, should I press him for a little more info? Let's see. If I have to go with anything, I'm probably just gonna have to go with this one right here. I'll probably go with, the second one. Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing. What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face? Why didn't you call anyone? Huh? What do you mean? Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So let's hear why you didn't. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. A reason is a reason. It's that I didn't try to tell anyone. I just didn't have time to okay? I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Okay, let's see. I think I'm gonna go with the weather data for this one. Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not. What the heck? What the hey, Edgy? You make me sound like some sort of alien. But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time. I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take for you to catch up with him? Terrible at those. This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike the Dusky Bridge and immediately went to see what happened. Is this correct? Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less. I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge. Meaning you probably got there around 11 p.m. That's all it sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act. That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 p.m. is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There's no way Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time. Ah, excuse me. I have an objection. You do? Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry. I'm Laurie's... It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. Your sister only said around 11. In which case, it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. Further, for there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather report date. Weather day report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15 p.m. Which means what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you to stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes? I feel like I just got brutally woken up by the toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Pinch me. Order. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to the meeting Phoenix, right? I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all. Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there's a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness. Why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. Ah, but this is Larry we were talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction. Edgy? I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude. Just as I thought. You've been playing with us all this time. Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? Yes. I may really say it this time. Everything. Then say it. Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for the 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? You're missing 15 minutes. I'm a donut. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. Shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realized it, the flames have gone out and then he came running up. I suppose artists can't be strange folk. That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch. Including the truth, from the sound of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him. Ha ha ha. You'll regret this, Edgy. Cross-examination. I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. Sketching? Sketching? The burning bridge? The burning bridge and everything that came with it. What came with it? You want to hear this with my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine is... enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. Well, what are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. What should I do? I got a terrible feeling that this sketch is revealed. The entire world may be changed by what's depicted there. Let's look at the sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please. Well, even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this. Imagine what? That Laurie's Dunham's debut would take place here today like this. Oh, ouch. Show it, now. Okay, but steel yourselves. This is the world of Maurice Dunham. Well, so this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response was wrong, Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry. What? The burning bridge is fine. But, what is that unfortunate looking figure? Ah, you spotted that? I thought you might. However much I want to ignore it, I can't. It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd taken better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that? Larry, please, answer this next question honestly. Okay. Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant? Flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames? Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Oh my god. What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your wild theories. And anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge, at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of a mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let us get back to cross-examination by force, if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I got another reason to remember this moron. Well, what do you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Now, hurry up and cross-examine him. I'm a donut. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up to a frenzy of art. I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. That's where we caught you. Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care. In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you the whole dollar. That is the truth. That is truly the case, that there's one thing that we could say for certain. What might that be? That person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris. What do you mean? I don't understand. Wow. A folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual who you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct? Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite a way from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Wow. Seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps it was Wright who took the flight? What are you talking about? I think you understand what I mean just fine. Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood? What? Edgy? What's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you Nick, you dog? I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage. Huh. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you. What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge. And I, Laurie Stoneham, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in the sketch. And show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy. Because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain. You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time. Trust me. Okay, we got another testimony. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal spear, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal spear that night. A crystal spear? This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That spear. When did you find it? Let me see. Around here, somewhere. Looks about right. And it was half buried in the snow. It had pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts the crystal spear. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood? Crystal spear has added to the court record. You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's going to push me around anymore. Didn't you want to be called Laurie Stoneham only a few minutes ago? I'm heading to this. When I reach Dusky, alright, let's see what. We're going with this one over here. Gonna present the victim's staff. Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal spear. There was? Who? Who was the stupid idiot? Miss Elise Donham, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar looking crystal spear. Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch! A crystal spear like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff, found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal spear. It's gone. What? What? What does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris, after all. She was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal spear found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the spear was the victim, Miss Elise Donham. A fool alongside another fool, on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. You can't do that. I saw it with my own two eyes. And this crystal spear, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize that as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham was in her room on the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this spear could not be related to this case. That is all. Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns. Why are you pointing at me? The victim's crystal spear was found near the bridge on the night of her murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with this case? That crystal spear. It was probably thrown away at the bridge of the murder. After the murder, there is blood on the crystal spear, isn't there? This naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent, which is the exact same reason that he drew the ridiculous sketch. What? You mean I'm the killer? No, all joking aside. Just when did this crystal spear appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this relates to the case. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Donham left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow this crystal spear can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal spear. If it's not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal ball was dropped before the murder took place? Yes, I can. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. To simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal spear is a vital link to solving this case. You'll do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he was cornered. That should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal spear was indeed dropped before the murder? A crime photo. This crystal spear, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been a game over. Snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal spear was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier to date, there is no snow on the victim's body. Ah. Therefore, the crystal spear must have been dropped before the murder. What? Order, order, order? On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge. And there's something that occurred that caused the staff's crystal spear to come loose. What could have that been? The spear. There's some blood on it. Isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hasakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who's the fool and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention to this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? Sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Asakura Temple courtyard. That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon from being removed from the victim's body. And that's the same thing. No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon is not removed. Thus there was no bleeding. You're forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donham's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to the Hazakura Temple. You suggest someone carried that body all the way? Made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method by which the victim's body was carried to the Hazakura Temple. Okay, I can definitely do that. The tracks photo. Why? Look at this. Use that snowmobile, and you will be able to take the body all the way there within minutes, as opposed to on foot. Therefore, this is going to be what I'm going to go with. On that snowy night, there was one way that a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it could have also been used to carry a body. Order. Yeah, this is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. Well, what? Where was the victim, Elise Donham, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. The witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he's enamored. He drew this, so it's actually something that happened. That actually happened. The defense stands firm on this point. Edgy. Thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Grr. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It's just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason and one alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright. Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Then I wouldn't have had Francis weapon. Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by. What a shame. Frenzy! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You're on the front to all the legal system on. Oh. I demand satisfaction. Damn. Cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer to the question it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on through investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you. Right. She's pissed. Court is now adjourned. To be continued. Yeah, we're definitely gonna continue this tomorrow. Oh my god. Words cannot express everything between case 4 and now this. Holy shit. Yeah, thank you, Sir Slush. That was definitely a great stream. We're definitely going to do more tomorrow. So I will definitely be like editing the schedule. So it says right here. It says right here that Ninjala is happening, but nope, it's not going to be happening anymore. Instead, we're going to have Phoenix Wright. Thursday, Retro Night is still on with Sega Ages. And Saturday, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics is our Saturday night game club. So be sure to come in for that. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Let me just roll the credits real quick while I find somebody I'm going to be rating. There's plenty of people online. I think I have a retarget, but before anything, let me just get the credits rolling. I do appreciate everybody that came through in general. It's been a great stream tonight. Want to thank everyone that came in. I want to thank Beltic Gaming for the follow before my stream started, and to Enigma Art Prince for the tier 1 sub for 9 months total. 9 months indeed. Thank you as always. Just quickly, I haven't said this yet, but I love all the Mega Man Street Fighter sounds in the stream. Thank you. Yeah, because I am a huge Mega Man fan. I also grew up with Street Fighter, and as you can see, I'm wearing this Mega Man 10 t-shirt that I got from Nintendo NY 10 years ago for the Mega Man 10 event. Like around the time that the game came out, they were celebrating it. And for me, Mega Man has meant so much to me, more so than anyone can imagine. The only exceptions to that rule would be like stuff like Mario, Zelda, Metroid, Pokemon, like a lot of Nintendo stuff. To me, I treat Mega Man the same way I treat like a lot of Nintendo's games, like in that same caliber, because it has meant so much to me. Street Fighter is another thing that meant so much to me, though like with some games, like I wasn't happy with the direction of where it went in later years. Like because like I don't have Street Fighter 5, but I don't know if my PC could run it as well as it can, and I don't have a PS4. At this point, I'm just going to wait for a PS5 so I can get a bunch of cheap PS4 games. I might just do that if I don't borrow a friend's PS4. I don't even think I'm going to borrow a friend's PS4 because of the current state of pandemic. I don't know when everything's going to get better, but we're slowly getting there, so we're not out of the woods. But yeah, let's see. As far as people I can raid, who do I want to raid? Who's online that I want to raid? Let's see. We got Rashua playing Majora's Mask. We got Professor Ice Pick playing Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Conquest. We have Matt Big Fat playing Wind Waker HD, which I myself am going to be playing for the L game for the Alphabet Challenge since my Wii U still needs to get fixed. So unfortunately, as much as I love Matt Big Fat, he's a really awesome dude. I do want to see the rest of the game for myself, so that's something that's going to be done, and that's something I'm going to be doing at some point. Let's see who's online then. That I haven't rated in quite some time. There's plenty of people. Let's see who's online right now. Let's see here. So I want to get this raid before we call it. You know what? I'm going to go with Oprah. She's playing Rock of Ages 2. So let's go ahead and give Oprah some love. So I'm going to get the raid call going. Alright, so we're going to be raiding Oprah. she's an awesome streamer. She does a lot of different games. She's a variety streamer just like me. Though for me, I'm a variety streamer in more the Nintendo ecosystem. But yeah, let's raid. Let's raid Oprah. Alright everyone, thank you all as always for tuning in. Tomorrow will be Phoenix Wright. If it's not going to be Phoenix Wright, I'll let you guys know, but that's going to be the plan. It's not going to be Najala. Take care everybody, have a great night, and as always, may you guys fight for everlasting peace.